Louis DeAngelis of Status Coup joins us now. Great to see you, Louis.
Good to see you, man.
Thanks for having me.
So I understand you have some new reporting about the water tests which were conducted and which were used as the basis for telling residents it's all good, you can drink the water, there's going to be no problems. Tell us what you've learned.
Yeah, absolutely. So in, reporting from several other folks as well, up until this point, I actually ran into the governor the other day, asked him a couple tough questions that he was not necessarily excited to have asked, and did his best to dodge them. Basically, the tests that have been done initially up until basically the last 40.
It's a really solemn occasion here.
Yeah.
We're going to try and cover it from all angles about what's happening.
It's really a worst case scenario, all out assault on Ukraine, land, air, sea, cyber, truly just a shock and awe effort from the Russians. And we are going to cover it from every angle. We're going to talk about what is happening this morning. Obviously, the news breaking very quickly, so we're bringing you the very latest that we can.
That's right.
Always with the knowledge that, especially in war reporting, things can change. Reports.
Stay free with Russell Brand. See it first on Rumble.
Prize-winning journalist, it's an honor.
Was the right one, but we'll let that one stand.
You want me to take the hat off because I'll do it out of respect for you and your prize.
I don't want to see what's there, but I will tell you something. I was fascinated, as I told one of your aides just a minute ago, by the Condoleezza Rice quote, and I'm my pay.
I'll make it quite a while.
"52 minutes, Jesus Christ, I just want the Cliff Notes. Holy shit, the Tartarians have
considered the largest conspiracy. Essentially, it all begins with all our... Okay, so for this first part of the explanation, I'm just gonna dive right in. And some of you who may be new to the channel, specifically after watching Charlie's video, may not be used to this certain style, and may demand immediate evidence after hearing such far-out concepts. But if you're patient, after explaining the main premise of Tartaria and what we're even discussing, we can go into more detail and provide supporting arguments after the initial brief explanation. Tartaria is the biggest conspiracy, meaning it's not an officially approved narrative, yet in terms of the implications and magnitude of the topics covered and the cognitive dissonance associated with it is so great, it could be rightfully considered the largest conspiracy. Essentially, it all begins with all our taught history being, for the most part, a lie. So much so that it's mind-numbing to even fathom. Sure, there are likely some truths sprinkled in there. I'm not saying that everything that has happened has been faked, but more likely that it was set up to play out in a specific way. What Tartaria boils down to is fabricated histories in stolen cities. For example, what if I was to tell you that New York, Chicago, or any other major United States American city for that matter, was not built in the manner that they tell us, and was actually already here in America before the European settlers? Imagine that our cities are just recycled. That would be too crazy, right? What proof is there to support such a claim? In order to demonstrate this, we would just have to dive into each city's history. And that's kind of the purpose of our City Unveiled videos. Literally a 5-hour documentary on a city, but for this instance, we can do Tampa. And shout out to Old World, Florida. There are the Ybor tunnels, where the mainstream story is that these are prohibition tunnels, and you'll see the same exact story in many other cities. One of the main proofs for Tartaria, and don't worry, we'll explain that word in a bit, but a good argument is these underground tunnels which can be found in almost every downtown American city. Some are small and may have been built in a more recent time, but others are massive and do not line up with the ability and available technology at the time. For example, the Washington Street Tunnel under the Chicago River. There are also legends in Pensacola of underground tunnels, yet they have been suppressed from the history books and have been left to oral history because they don't line up with the official PR-approved narrative. Look at this. The Henry B. Plant Museum, otherwise known as the Tampa Bay Hotel. Now to explain this to you, one of the aspects of Tartaria is stolen buildings and lost history. What you'll find is that every city has old world buildings. All you have to do is really question their history. Because if I were to tell you that I'm doubtful that they built this in the way that they tell us, meaning that this could be a repurposed building or an old world structure, most people would look it up and you would be directed to a museum that is in control of the history of that building and you'll be given a story. Most of the time, you'll get a few construction photos, but it's fascinating to find out how poorly documented the construction process was during this time in the early 19th century. It's the same thing. You'll see these buildings that are already mostly done with scaffolding, barely any people, windows in the ground, and clear signs of photo manipulation, which that's an entire subject of its own. Also in Tampa, there's the Ponce de Leon Hotel, which was completely poured concrete, which was supposedly the first of its kind. Also, these hotels in Florida were fully stocked with electricity during a time when Florida really didn't have that much going on, or so we're told. Also, you can see the familiar Russian-style architecture. Ever wonder why it's called St. Petersburg, Florida? Well, it's not just Florida. You can see this in New York, San Francisco, Charleston, St. Louis, and many more. Many times, old world churches downtown have questionable histories as being built or moved several times. You can see these old world buildings everywhere, from Gilded Age mansions and government buildings to small shops downtown. Even colleges, prisons, hospitals, military bases are all structures that do not line up with the official narrative that we are told. Of course, we're talking about structures from the 17th century to the 19th century in America. There's also no proof that they were built in the fashion that they tell us other than state-approved documents, manipulated photos, and just complete lies. There's also the common theme that throughout the downtowns of America, you can see what is often called mud-flooded windows. Of course, the typical answer is that these are just basements, but that doesn't really make that much sense. Some of these downtown areas get extreme flooding. Why would you build like this, especially with cities near the bay? Many of these basements actually have underground windows and doors that lead to nowhere. So this would imply that the streets actually used to be a lower level and then they were raised. We know this was done for a fact in Atlanta with the viaducts. They completely covered up old Atlanta. This is another interesting theme. Basically, Many of these downtown cities in America have underground cities, which make no sense. What, did they just do a bunch of extra work for nothing? Put windows and doors and streets down there for the heck of it? It's more likely that there are lower levels of the cities in America that have been built over. There is indeed evidence that there are massive tunnel systems underneath the majority of American cities. This alone should be enough to question the construction of these cities, as they didn't even have proper waste management until after the 1900s. They were literally defecating in chamber pots in the 1850s. What you have is that there's this complete contradiction with the culture, technology, and population counts needed to create these cities and buildings on this magnitude and scale in such a short time frame. They were building structures in the US in just a few years that were taking hundreds of years back in Europe. Let's keep in mind what we're discussing. Many of the downtowns in America have old world buildings that do not have an in-depth historical record. Some buildings have no construction photos at all, yet they feel very out of place for the time period that they're said to be built in. Again, if you want proof, that takes time, and we would have to list the buildings one by one as we've done in other videos. Because,
oh wait, what happened? You
again,
told John what?
In some cases,
we
we're
found out
talking
today?
about buildings from 200 years ago. It's not too hard to manipulate information over multiple generations.
It's not that big of a deal. It's
If you
just
look
like,
at what was being taught in
those people
public
are so
schools
fucking
just 50
scummy.
years ago versus what's being taught now, there's really very little consistency. Why is it
Well,
so
I
crazy
can't
to
believe you guys never
question
said
that the
anything.
buildings that were being
I mean, well, yeah, I mean, place was a fucking shit show, but I think it's worse that they fucking saying that shit. I don't know. Yeah, but those how many years? We just figured that shit out today. Not funny.
Examples would be one.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys never said anything. Like, I just assumed, like, I was like, well, I don't know why the fuck they I don't know why the fuck they got me an interview there. It made no fucking sense. I mean, I definitely said something about that. I mean, they never fired me. They literally, that one dude was just like, yeah, we want you to focus on school, and we don't have any more room for anyone else. We have too many people, so we're asking you not to come in again, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, bro. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't care. Like, it was a godsend. It was a fucking blessing. Like, that place was a fucking shit show. But why the fuck are you lying to my friends about it? That's the fucking weird part. Like, I don't give a shit. I mean, that place was that was fucking one of the best things that ever happened to me, never fucking working there. But the fact that you would lie to people about, like, that's fucking insane. Like, I had them on my fucking resume, even though it was only for like a month or two. I had them on my fucking resume. Like, what if for years they were fucking? I mean, I wasn't years. It was only like one or two people I applied to, but still, like, what if people called them and they were like, "Oh yeah, blah, blah, blah." I was like fucking like 20 years old, and I literally, that was like my second job. Two. So I mean, that's not much better, but. Yeah, when I found that, I was fucking crazy. Yeah, apparently it worked. They told Tom about this too? Oh my god, these people are fucking deranged. Oh, okay. I don't remember. Yeah, that's what they were saying. They were saying that like, oh, hopefully this one's better than the other one. It's like, what? Illness. It's okay. At midnight, the food will be there. I'm looking at it. It's pretty cool. Looks neat. Gun doesn't match though, dude. No. I'm looking at the one you're playing. Let me see the Discord one. Oh, that's your type? That's pretty cool. Hmm. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, that looks good now. You think? Well, do you see Hufflepuffs? Oh. It's nice, yeah. Yeah, it's not like exciting, but. Huh. Mm-hmm. I don't know, nothing. Yeah, I was playing Minecraft. I got us a knowledge point. Yeah, and like a knowledge star or something. It's not. I mean, we had enough that I just had to look up the recipe. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, we gotta check that out. Well, we probably are on the same team. No, 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 I didn't. Oh, okay, okay. I remember, yeah, when we did the initial invites, I was definitely there for that. I don't know if it was the same thing, though. No, because you need like the gems to upgrade the gems. You take like a bunch of the small gems, combine them together. We have like almost like we have a ton of those gems. I don't. We might be talking different things. I don't know. I don't know. The hardest thing is the knowledge dust or whatever. Oh. You need 8 to make a star. What you need no. Because oh, okay, yeah, you might be right then. I don't know. But we have enough for one. So. I didn't use it, it's in the chest. mean, they're super. If you get like a mining, like a mining room, you get like a ton of ore out of that. Oh. I don't know. Wait, it doesn't? Oh. Oh, I think it works for me because I have like the fortune upgrade on my like traits. I have like the ability fortune. No. Nope. Yeah, I'll do it. I'm down. I'm actually a lot better. I'm not the dog shit anymore. Yeah, I've been practicing, bro.
Well, now it's the end of the second day already. It's too late for you to go home and ask for your money back. So I have a confession to make. You were all brought here under false pretenses. At least we're honest enough to admit it, right? There's no such thing as ego death. How could there be? The ego itself is an illusion. I mean, we did tell you that, right? So how can an illusion die? It wasn't alive in the first place. And if there's no ego death, there's no divine rebirth either. And if the ego is an illusion, then what was all that stuff Radha was just talking about? You know, you can just let it all go. Burn your notebook. Disregard it. Sorry, Radha, we have to come clean here. You know, we make things difficult for you, so you think, oh, this is serious stuff. You got to learn all this. But let's face it, if the ego doesn't exist, why do you need to know about this soy burger, right? So I guess we can all pack up now. I mean, there's no... And you know, it's very interesting because all religions tend to do this. You know, they make a mythology up because they'd be out of business if they didn't. You know, they know that. So at least we admit it's a mythology. And people need it because probably you wouldn't have come here if you didn't think, oh, I'm going to get something out of this, ego death, I'm going to, you know, divine rebirth. I'm going to get some bliss, right? This is worth my whatever you paid. Maybe you didn't pay anything. It's still worth. The food is good, right? It's a beautiful place to be. Who cares, you know? You got to say something. But religions really are just myths. And this one's no different. There's an interesting passage in one of the books by Ramana Maharshi where he comes clean too. It's very interesting. It's in the I mean, we're following in his footsteps, so don't blame me, you know. I warned you, he was our guru. All right, he wrote this book. Well, he didn't really even write the book. Let's get really honest about it. You know, somebody else wrote it. They asked him some questions, and they wrote it. He said, is this okay? Yeah, okay, it's all right. Yeah. So he didn't really put pen to paper. Apparently, he did put his finger in the sand to answer a couple of things, but who knows what was actually written in the sand. It couldn't have been very much, you know. But anyway, around verse, you know, how extensive a discourse can you give with your finger in the sand? Around verse 39 of the 40 verses on reality.
Yeah, well, I don't think any experiments have been done yet on like family experience of collective family experience of psychedelic transformation, for example. We haven't got that far in the scientific analysis of such things.
It's worth attempting to do that because I think that would again be a significant step toward creating this new paradigm around death, you know, that medicine, that's a big deficit in medicine, you know, and this idea that death is inevitable, but death doesn't have to be terrible.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in and watching and listening. I'm very pleased today to have with me Dr. Dennis McKenna. He's an American ethnopharmacologist, lecturer, and author. He is a founding board member and director of ethnopharmacology at Hefter Research Institute, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the use and exploration of psychedelic medicines. Dr. McKenna received his PhD from the University of British Columbia and worked as a postdoc.
Being built all across America, even the ones from the early 1900s in some cases. You know, and one of the things that Charlie demanded for was evidence. Evidence. Well, I agree. Where is the evidence that they built these old world buildings? Construction photos? You'd be surprised to know how many fake photos were used during war. Actually, all wars. Civil wars, World War I and II both extensively used photo manipulations to reinforce the narratives being spread through newspapers and even radio. So I could just say I'm doubtful of those construction photos, in the same exact way that Moyse doubted the legitimacy of the 1540s map depicting castles in America. Yes, one is crayon, right? But it's quite clear that it's depicting castles in America in the 1540s and does not seem to be manipulated. Photos, yes, even construction photos, have been found to be complete fakes. There are other maps that show castles in America, including the early engravings of America depicting massive cities, but not only that, the 7 cities of Cibola from Joan Martinez's chart of 1578 is a map that depicts the 7 cities of Cibola, which were the mythical lands of gold that the Spanish believed to exist somewhere in the southwest of North America. Here is a depiction on the maps. Massive castle-like fortified cities. If you ask me, I trust these ancient manuscripts more than these low-quality construction photos given to us by some of these museums. Don't believe it? Is this photo of a Mormon construction site real? Most would automatically assume, since it's an old photo, that equals proof. But that's not true. It's a complete fabrication. Look at the vanilla skies. No faces, floating ladder. They would paint on historic photos. We have an entire video exposing this history of photo manipulation. This would imply that they did not actually build these temples in such a short time span. The Mormons were said to have created multiple massive temple churches with no modern technology, and yet they're photo manipulating photos. On top of that, you know the Book of Mormon actually says there were advanced civilizations in America before Columbus, and that they actually had cities here in America. Now I know there's a bunch of really crazy stuff in there. It might not be proof, but it's strange that they even mention that. How can we trust the history of these old world buildings when our historical record on many of these buildings is scarce? And you want to know the main reason why? Because there's been a great fire in every major American city, and I don't think that was by accident. Some people say, oh, it was because of candles, or that they didn't have enough resources to carry the water and put out the fire, or whatever. But you know, they say that the Chicago fire was started by a cow kicking over a lantern that ended up causing over $200 million in damages. Which makes no sense. They were supposedly building these brick buildings to be entirely fireproof, so why do we see so many fires in Chicago, New York, Detroit, San Francisco, all over America? And let's not forget the World Fairs, which we'll explain in a bit. But they didn't have insurance back then. You think they were just building these massive brick buildings and underground tunnels all across America just to go in and actively destroy it with fire? And not all of them were accidents. During the Civil War, in Columbia, South Carolina, the Union specifically set the city on fire to destroy the buildings and mills so that they couldn't be used by the South. They did this with many other cities as well, which makes no sense because shortly after the Union came into possession of those lands. Now we're diving deep into this material. We're talking brotherhoods and fabrications of an unimaginable degree, mental mind control and population resets. You don't think that small groups of people in power aren't going to treat Earth and its inhabitants like a game of Sims or Civilization? The reason why we're not privy to this information is that these cities in America were literally founded. That's why they say that in history with the founding of a building or city. They're telling you and then redefining the words so that it doesn't seem like what it is. The next aspect of this alternative history involves secret societies. Yeah, Freemasons, and I know that many
I have a compatibility thing.
But we aren't approaching this from your typical Illuminati Christian perspective, or not even from a conspiracy point of view, trying to.
I think it's pretty good. The only thing I think we could add is like a more food one, you know?
Instead, we're discussing secret societies from a historical perspective.
But there's actually a lot of mods in this that like we don't have, or like a lot of there's even a lot that we do have that we just aren't using.
Freemason, Oddfellow, and Catholic Knight societies had lodges.
There's like a bunch of like default.
Is that not suspicious?
Yeah.
And or at least worthy of a note in the history books?
Like all of the
obviously Freemasons and Oddfellows
cosmetic ones are unlocked already.
Thing that they were 100 years ago.
They were just like unlocked by default.
Nowadays, if you go to a lodge,
But just like different blocks, different items, stuff like that. You can make all that stuff now.
They were doing all sorts of rituals. Freemasons aren't the ones in control. Neither are the Oddfellows. They are the mind-controlled orphans ruled by the Phoenician Venetian families. They are the top orphans of the club.
Did he ever get that thing to work? This texture pack?
In the Catholic Church. These Freemasons
I don't think he ever figured it out.
And they evolved into the modern groups that we know as Freemasons and what we know in the public today as the Illuminati. But the Freemasons are not the Illuminati or the people in control. These Catholic orphans in the 1700s that actually go back to earlier systems.
Backpacks are actually really...
Create Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames are whipping up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a scotch bunny. Don't try studying me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat. You'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious. Release bombs and go tick tick. Boom, you blown me that head missing. I'm a phenomenon. Stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn, and I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted, can't copy, printed, can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoke it into existence, so consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap when I be speaking this.
This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Hello? Drink a potion. Fucking dog shit. Drink a potion. Oh, it said you had strength. Oh, you have the upgrade for it? What? Oh, over here. Over here is, in this room, is where all the things are. Yeah, so there's like a crafter. This one, I don't know what this one does. This one's how you like upgrade certain features on a weapon. It's like either like durability, speed, reach, or fortune. This one recycles bulkier. That's all I know that they do. There's one more we need, but we don't. We need a vault anvil. That's super expensive. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what repairs. I don't know. Yeah. It's pretty expensive too, but it's fine. Hopefully after we hit level 10 we'll get more shit. I don't know. Oh yeah, the stars in one of these. Oh, here's a star. Put the star over here on the pedestal. What thing? What? All the main ones are right here. Everything, like, these are the most important ones. The gems? The gems are in here. See, the gems are back here. This is where all the gems are. We have so many of these lamellar, but we have like none of the others. Oh, okay. I think there's like some kind of soul machine. I wonder if you can like spend them or something. I don't know. No, soul shards, we need them to craft something. They're important for crafting. I don't know, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we have so many, yeah. I mean, diamond is not the problem. I mean, also, we don't have enough knowledge essence. That's also our other big thing. Because you also need that for... all the way downstairs. There's another staircase. Okay. What's outside? You didn't see that village was there like 2 weeks ago. Just ask Joey. You didn't see that village before? Oh my, yeah, dude, at 100, when we were playing last weekend, it was there. Cause I thought you're the one that put all the fucking villagers over there. Cause for like the first week, they didn't know villagers went over there. They all just fucking, they refused to like leave your little fucking concentration camp. Yeah, that is a bit of an issue, but... Well, there also was way too many of them. It's annoying. God. We have bees. I don't know if we need honey for anything, but we have a ton of bees. I set up how to do bees the other day. I think we're both level 9. Oh my god, we had a level John up. 2. Oh, did you see that elevator I made, Jared? John? Yeah, it's so cool. It's actually super easy to make. Right over here. You know how like you drop down? Yeah, drop down. And look at this thing. It can go infinitely high, yeah. It's soul sand at the bottom, and then next to the soul sand you put magma blocks, and then everything in between has to be a water source. So you have to get like kelp, and place kelp, and like you just put water at the top, and then you place kelp in all that water, and it turns it all into a water source. And then you like break the kelp, and then it instantly just turns into a fucking rocket. How the fuck do you break it? Oh. And you even stay in there? Do you see this? You see this thing over here? infinite lava farm. Downstairs, all the way downstairs. There's another floor down. It's actually so cool. Yeah, you have water. There's lava source at the top, and like, cause like lava like drips below it. If you put stalactites, it'll fill up cauldrons. So it's nice because we don't ever have to go farming for lava or whatever. Buckets. Is there anything we can buy for 1 knowledge point? Do we all get a knowledge point when we spend it? Oh, that's cool. Okay, okay. I bought pouches. You guys haven't unlocked? Okay, okay, good, yeah. I had 2. I wasn't gonna tell you guys if it didn't give it to everyone. I didn't steal all the knowledge shards. We had said that was like what we were gonna do, but also it actually wasn't the greatest choice. Oh. That's my bad then. My bad. We still have 1 star though. Look at that, guys. I protected them from you guys. Yeah, I don't understand how we need to get chromatic steel because we're just not getting it now. I mean, it's maybe once we hit 10 it'll unlock it first or something, but yeah, we have but the problem is like the it requires so much to make it's like crazy. Yeah. Downstairs, all the way downstairs. Back where you saw the lava thing was? That's over there. Yeah. Did you just eat something crazy right before you went to the doctor? You got your blood tested? Oh. Yeah.
So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But so delicate and so mundane.
You're really gonna say that? Doc, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So, it just, you can't combine it with alcohol at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you should, I'm just saying, yeah, okay, that makes sense. You can't have any carbs? You like on keto? I mean, you can eat pretty good if you eat keto. You just get chicken. No, dude, dude, you gotta fucking like spice up the chicken, cook with spices and shit. I don't know, this chicken? My grandfather had a heart attack, he had chicken like the rest of his life. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure like you can, even if you have that condition, like I'm sure you could have like a cheeseburger once in a while. But like, I don't think you can make it a thing, you know? Like, there's no way you can just eat what you want all the time, whenever. But I think the carbs are probably worse than anything. It's like, that's supposed to like actually be bad. Yeah. I mean, you might have to pick one or the other, you know? You know, I want my cake and I'm gonna eat it too. Yeah, you might go, I mean, you might go get away doing one, but I don't know you do both. Yeah, I mean, when I see like my grandparents, like, I was like, I do not want to, you know. Yeah, I don't know. That's not for me either. But I mean, I think I maybe want to live a little bit past 40. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be like 80 years old or anything. That's, I don't know. I mean, unless like the science and medicine gets like insane. I mean, a lot, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, they probably couldn't. I mean, if anything, like, maybe if you, like, collected samples or something, you know? Like, maybe they could, like, go back. Yeah, but, like, if you have, like, original, like, samples from when you were young, maybe they can use that to, like, recreate it. They can, like, simulate what it would have been like, and, like, it's possible, I don't know. But, like, the other problem is, like, it mutates over time. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, but we could shoot a little higher than 40, Jared. We could raise the bar a little bit. But I'm telling you, next time you just go full Atreus or whatever and get your legs amputated. Become like a world-class Olympic athlete. This man was one of the slowest men of all time. Now he is literally the quickest person in the world. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's good. I heard that's so hard to get though. I heard it's like out. Uh-huh. Oh wow. Uh-huh. From what I heard about it, it's you can, but you have to be very careful because you don't eat anything. It's like that's what the problem is, you know. Because I heard something online about it, and one of the podcasts I watched was talking about it. Yeah, it's just that like because you are like metabolizing less things, alcohol just affects you more, you know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, as long as you like respect that, I don't think it'd be a problem. But I'm also not a doctor, so. Better than high blood sugar. Actually, no, it's not. Yeah, actually, it's not. But it's a change. It's a change. Uh-huh. That's good. Well, I don't know. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, but I mean, if it might be a good idea just like after you're done with all your surgeries and everything, just if he still thinks it's a good idea, just because it could just like stabilize you, like your blood sugar or whatever, you know. And like once you get to like a healthier like habit, you know, you wouldn't have to be on it all the time. Oh, I don't know. Huh. Yeah. Huh. Oh, it's like a shot? Do you give it to yourself, or do they go to the doctor for it? Oh. Huh. That sounds cool.
Just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand.
We should be asking these questions to our newest doctor friend. We have a friend who's a doctor now. Like an EpiPen or something. That's cool. Yeah, you do need. You 100%. I diagnosed you with that, dude. You need a sleep study. Occasionally, constantly, frequently. It is scary. Yes. But it also makes it impossible to fucking sleep. It's like insane. Mm-hmm. Oh my. How does no one in your house tell you snore? That's the real question. So, I mean, you could have been on the other fucking side of the ship. The ship would have been shaken. That was cool though. I mean, we had sleepovers before when we were younger. I don't remember. It was never a problem before that I noticed. You know? Cause like even when we there were a couple times whenever we slept over at John's, or like if we ever had like a thing, like the one time. No. I don't specifically remember, but I think I would have said something. We would have said something then. I mean, that still was a couple years ago, but yeah, it's probably not something you've always had, but. Okay, you guys want to do a vault? Okay. I think we're very far away from being able to repair things, though. Yes. Yes, it does. I've broken a couple things, yeah. Nah, I mean, once we level up, we do. Oh shit, wait, how are you not in the group? How do you... dash party... Okay, there you go. Yeah, hopefully that works. Yeah. Yes, yeah, I'm east. Jared went north. Nice, nice, nice. I got a boss over here. I don't think so. Do you have Nova, Jared? Oh, okay. So I looked up a guide. You have to like transmog them, or like, I don't know, for me at least. My weapons don't work until I like enchant them or something. I don't think it's supposed to be a thing, but because Joey's and Jared's work fine. But for whatever reason, Yeah, Monolith is definitely, I think, the hardest one. On a chromatic iron room. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna mine it instead of thing. I mean, carbon's more important. Yeah, but so many things need it. So. Yeah, it seems like it regens so fast. It must, yeah, it must. You haven't found any more monoliths? I mean, I've been looking. I checked a bunch of them before I started mining, but I'm done. What kind of? Is it just? I think the only words you can get are chromatic iron, right? Like there's gems. If you see rooms with gems, mine all that shit too. The Lamilar, yeah, the Lamilar is useless. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I must have got stuck in a spider web or something. I just insta died. That was my bad. Why do I always die? Always me. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't think you can fully max everything, so... Oh wow. How do you get XP then? Oh my god. That's actually insane. That is kind of insane. Oh. I promise won't die. I don't know if that's ready. You put it in the transmog table. Over here. It's in the room with the portal. It's that one. Yeah, all you have to do is you have to like register the skin that you got, and then pay for it or whatever, and it should work. That's what I found, I think. But it makes me do that for my armor. My armor didn't work until I did that either, so. I don't know if that's supposed to be a thing or if it's a glitch, because Joey said you didn't have to do it. What do we need Rollins for? Yeah, the bounties are good. Okay. Well, you have to split. I get the leggings. I get the leggings. That's only fair. I don't know. I feel it's fair. And the elytra. I get the leggings and the elytra. Yeah, that's a fucking insane deal. You just have to click it. You have to activate it, and then I think you just click the table. Maybe. Oh shit. Nice. I'm gonna go through just to see what it is. Monoliths. It's good, but I mean, it's something like we use to like craft the things, I think. Black opals are good. That sounds easy. Yes. Yeah. Monsters are more dangerous.
This is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet. Hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella love. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling your body, girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right.
I have an extra weapon, and if you need one, you can ever meet. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, we're even now. Jared, your turn. It's your turn, Jared. I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, it might just kick you out. You revive them outside the vault though. So yeah.
inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
You have it. Yeah. Ornate. It says it's ornate. Oh, what does that mean? You didn't know that? Since ever? In PC, Minecraft's always been that way. Oh yeah, make sure we loot these chests because they have a carbon. These are the carbon chests. The red ones are carbon. Go south, I guess.
late at night, tossing in your sheets. I'm a mess, reading texts from the night that we met. Still a wreck, but I won't let it show. I hope it aches when you hear my name. Bite your lip till the memory fades. I forget you're in bed, you're with somebody else. Though you said we would last till the end. So call me heartless, call me cold. I hope your heart breaks sevenfold. Take my place down in the dirt. I hope it hurts, I hope it hurts. Pretend you crushed me, I don't mind. So do your worst, girl, I'll be fine. I hope you get what you deserve. And I hope it hurts, I hope it hurts.
We're struggling. We haven't found any.
Who cares?
I can see it better now. I was taken from my doubts.
Oh.
Always running out, running out. You always try to blame me. Putting on a smile, I'm faking. Oh, and I don't wanna cry right now. I don't understand why it's such a sin. I don't wanna leave this town. I don't wanna be lost, so stay. And if I don't want my day, maybe you'll find a change. It's not easy when you do see.
How have we found no monoliths? That's actually crazy. There's a lot of really cool rooms. Oh my god. Yeah, my bad guys. My bad. My Talon's even in with us. Sorry. I just fell. Yeah, that's a good point. You're never gonna get to 10. Oh my god. It's 2 in a row. Or I guess 3 in a row. Jesus. What are you doing?
My sweatshirt. I ruined it.
Oh, that's what I'm like. I'm like, stop! You out of control. Look at. Stop. I am that guy. I'm the one who knocks.
Hey everyone. 1 second. I'm gonna go close this window. Bright. The sun was bright there. How's everybody doing? to give you guys a second to jump on the stream here.
End of this place.
No. I meant ending of the. Like, we gotta go back to type shit then.
Oh, this guy's a chainsaw. Chainsaw on this guy.
Wait, we got chainsaw now. We can make a base easy.
Yeah.
Really? Where? Right here. It's like a mini chainsaw.
Yeah, we get chainsaw for that.
Where's mine then?
It's right in this body, right here.
Huh?
You probably picked it up already.
You probably picked it
Oh,
up.
I got it. Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's a way to turn on the movie or anything. There isn't.
Go back.
There's a room.
Yeah, no. Okay, there's two of them. There's one at the very beginning as well. They missed. Slide though.
Oh, right here.
No.
Right
There's
here.
a key card. There's a key.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying as well.
Fuck these things, man.
Oh wait.
It's getting weird in here. It connects to a cave.
That is weird.
Oh. Is this the exit?
No shot. No way.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be an exit like that. The way we had to come in. I don't think so.
Not here. Oh! Tons!
This is where we came from. We just did a circle.
Huh?
I swear we just did a circle.
Is that a circle?
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's where we came from.
Yeah, literally.
Bro.
The fuck?
This way.
No, that's where we came from. Dude, you guys are falling. Alright, follow me.
No, we went to the right.
I almost lost my armor.
We went left.
Oh, we
here.
went left.
We need to go this way.
Absolute yikes, man.
You jumped in front of me when I shot, bro.
You removed 5 of my armor.
We can't go backwards if we go.
Okay, we're squeezing through here. I think.
Oh no, GG's.
Bro, I told you.
Wait, what? We literally could have just walked into
Excuse
this cave.
me? That makes no sense. Hold on a second.
What?
Fucking god, bro.
Guys,
What?
how?
Alright, go back in.
Okay, maybe. Okay, I want to believe that whole thing was just for the.
We missed a spawn there, so why do we have to go back in?
Oh, was there a keycard door?
Yeah.
Yes, and that is what we missed.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I don't get that. So this place, we needed a key card to get to this place.
Yeah, if this was just for the chainsaw, I'm fucking confused.
I'll give you the rope gun, you're right, but it's still fast to destroy though. I don't get it, to be honest. Well, then it's not.
We needed a chainsaw for. We do have to go back to that grave though. If we find something at that grave, I guess.
Wait. We already uncovered it in the grave.
No, we went to like the multiple graves. We didn't go to that.
No, we didn't. Earlier, we got a fucking token out of it. Watch out, we got a GPS token out of that, right?
I thought we didn't go to the single grave yet. We went to, like, oh, maybe it wasn't shot. Was it shot?
Yes, it was. We went here, but we never went to the right side over here. Wait. There's nothing? Where do we go, man?
Oh, because the end, you can't go to the end. Yeah. You can't come to the end because I kept going backwards and there's like a rock you come down.
Oh, yay.
Is there even an end or not?
Why are the stairs like the weirdest thing ever?
Yeah, what the hell? These stairs are not right.
Yeah, it's like a ramp.
Oh, wait, no, no.
I did not test that.
There's more, there's more. Right here.
Yeah, I told you.
Oh my god, he has a fucking guitar. Oh!
Damn.
Did you say that already?
No, I didn't say in him like that. I actually picked up a guitar. Like, I have a guitar.
Wait, how do you use it?
I don't know, I'm gonna try to use it right now.
Oh my god, I can't go through here.
Oh, I have it.
Oh! Purple key card! Purple key card! Purple key card!
And you use it as a gun.
Purple key card!
You use it right here. You use it right here, bro. I told you.
Where do you get purple key card?
No, we don't use it here. That was orange. And nothing else. I'm over
Where
it.
did he get it?
Shotgun rail.
Over here, over here.
Trying to find it.
You guys probably got it because I got it.
If you can't pick it up, then you probably... I don't like... It's weird.
Yeah, you guys probably got it because I got it.
Yeah.
What's in
I have a new melee weapon. It's a guitar. About to hit somebody. I'm so.
Someone was bleeding. You hit somebody.
I hit him, and he's
Bro, we
about
got
to fucking.
so much.
Like, I already know he's about to scream at me. So fuck.
Oh man, I love this server. So glad you guys finally decided to join me.
Hey Joe, guess what I just found? 3 Nethernet, oh fuck, netherite ingots.
Pause. What did you just say, Barack?
I am so lost right now. I have no idea where I am. Can someone please let me teleport?
Sleepy Joe, you need to open the live map. It will show you where you are. Type /map, you idiot.
Listen here, Jack. Calm down before I cut you into 2 pieces with this dope-ass magic sword I just found.
What the fuck, Joe? Where did you find that? That shit looks sick as fuck.
I have huge plans. We are going to build a huge, huge wall. A very big and beautiful wall. To protect the town and keep the mobs from illegally entering. Which chest is the cobblestone in?
Donald, no, you can't use up all of our cobble on your pointless wall. I need to make cobblestone stairs to finish our roof. Mobs are going to spawn inside anyway. Go place some more torches outside.
Fuck stole all of the diamonds from my base.
Not me.
Nope.
Fuck no.
Well, it was one of you fucking fruitcakes, and I want an answer immediately.
Maybe your old, frail, senile brain just thought they were there and you're finally coming to your senses.
Sleepy Joe, you're 80 years old and can barely talk straight. I'm surprised you're still able to breathe.
Didn't we confiscate your diamonds after you obviously used that fucking X-ray texture pack we told you not to use?
No, that was months ago, and I never used an X-ray. You literally can't fucking prove it. I'm just a little sauced-up white boy miner, and you're jealous.
A white boy what?
Shut the fuck up, Ken Carson. You obviously knew what I meant, you little fucking chode.
Can someone ban this retard already?
Yeah, I agree. We're gonna have to ban you from the server until you sort this behavior, Donald.
No, I'm sorry. Please don't ban me. I've dedicated my fucking life to this server, and you're just gonna take it away. God damn it, Sleepy Joe. Get out of bed and go look at those X-ray alerts. Wait, holy shit, is that Barack?
Holy fuck, there are so many diamonds here. There are more diamonds here than kids in Joe's base.
Fuck you, Donnie, and fuck you, Barack. At least I didn't get impeached, you orange basketball-looking fuck.
Hey, fuck you, Sleepy Joe. Go check Barack's inventory to see if he's X.
Holy shit, he has 8,000 diamonds in his inventory.
That's 14, Sleepy Joe. You old sack of shit. Forgot to take your dementia pills this morning?
Hey, don't place lava on me, Donald. I'm going to die with all my loot and lose a heart.
Go X-ray on a different server, Obama. I like keeping my server clean from illegal immigrants like you.
Did you just fucking ban me, you bitch-ass motherfucker, orange-flavored bitch, you fucking orange Fanta bottle-looking ass?
What's this big-ass black thing flying at me? Guys, I am lost. Where am I?
You are in the end, Sleepy Joe. I'm coming to save your old ass.
What's up, guys? Ken Carson Gaming here. Currently chiefing this hoe and sweating a fat dub in this heist mission.
Ken Carson, you fucking retard. I've been carrying you for 3 hours now.
Kinda like how I carried this boy Barbie cock across your mom's face.
My mother died 22 years ago, you necrophiliac fuck. Plus, we all know your hoe-ass mama takes this Trump Tower every Friday night.
Guys, can you shut the fuck up so we can beat this mission already?
Just like you beat pregnant women, right?
Haha, roasted.
Oh, for fuck's sake, who let Sleepy
what? You
Joe
ready?
into the VC? Someone
some odd days of them
Even New York,
they were
completely
firebombing
overwhelmed.
federal buildings. For 100 days, far-left extremists were throwing fire bombs and
know.
explosives. Like, at that point, shouldn't the federal government act to defend its territory? Or, like, its building and, like, the people who live and work in the area?
Federal government did. They put in.
They
huge-
didn't.
They put in huge numbers of federal law enforcement to protect federal property. The issue was the mayor was on
maybe
the
you have to
leftist
re-hit
side of
thing
the
and all.
spectrum and was allowing that to happen.
Give us better
It was
odds.
a debacle. And you've been out to Portland lately? Oh,
Boss fight. I mean, the boss fight's
But
so easy.
all that really happened was federal law enforcement stood
spawned into
inside
those?
the building, and then the leftists continued to firebomb it for 100
You
plus
really
days
do
until they had to stop. The feds did not actually come out.
Feds were all over that town. Don't you remember the crisis that happened when?
Wait, which direction?
Then how did it go on for 120 days? Like, why did it not stop?
Oh,
I
North is
believe
puzzle
the
room.
local government. I don't believe the federal law enforcement should come in without.
No.
Absolutely can protect federal property, but the governor has his National Guard, his or her. They had plenty of access to security forces and law enforcement and National Guard without calling in the federal troops.
If the federal government can't stop people for 3 or 4 months from throwing fire bombs at its building, then they should probably just leave. They shouldn't be there because they're completely impotent. I know they were there. They did the joint unit. They had DHS. They had ICE. They had a bunch of CBP or whatever were even coming, and they could do nothing to stop far left extremists occupying the city and firebombing their building.
That was.
So it's like if you can't do it, you shouldn't be there.
It was like they sent troops into a siege, and then they just had to sit there and be sieged for 100
What was the point?
days. It's better than having no troops in the siege.
I mean, I get it, but I think if someone commits a crime against the federal government has a right to arrest criminals. But hey, look, man, I guess I'll side with my libertarian friends on this one and be like, the end result of this, in my mind, the logical conclusion is, it's a waste of taxpayer dollars to have federal law enforcement be paid to stand around for 4 months while people firebomb a building and they can't do anything about it. So how about we just save ourselves the money, let the far left keep running amok and doing whatever they want, because clearly we're not stopping it. If Portland and Seattle want that behavior, then far be it. You're right. Federal government, don't be there. Shut the building down. Leave. What's the point of having a courthouse for the federal government if they're not going to arrest and convict these
And there's a
people?
dragon room here.
Waste of time.
Case study of what we're seeing. Now, the interesting thing in Portland, I was out there a couple months ago, is local business is now in rebellion. Comes back to economics, right?
Why wouldn't they
They are
be?
cleaning that town. There's been a sea change out there with their attitude, but it was a case study of things just going out of control. I'm with you.
Yeah. What happens if a governor requests federal troops? Do they then owe the federal government something? Is it like we'll pay you back later kind of thing? Or is it just they come and they serve for free, no questions asked?
There are loopholes, technically speaking. There's some law that you have to pay, but usually it all gets waived. So if the governor would have asked for federal troops, well, first off, we would have said, have you expended all your, 5,000 members of your National Guard that work for you? It's like, I have, and I still have not gained control of city X, Y, Z. And then, yeah, federal troops would have been brought in support.
When the George Floyd riots happened, I think it was day 2, I walked into the living room where Tim was. I was like, why have we not sent in the National Guard? What's happening? Why? Fires? Why? It's the same thing. Like the feds did not want to get involved because it was a state.
National Guard did go in.
The federal National Guard did go in?
No, D.C. National Guard.
Okay.
But the Summer of Love was all over the country.
Yeah,
we saw rioting in towns people have never heard of. For somehow, and there's crazy videos. There's videos of like Antifa far leftists walking through some kind of like suburban neighborhood, and a bunch of young men who live in the areas came out and then countered them and chased them off. But we had this report from Michael Tracy of these small towns in the Midwest where stores were ransacked, windows were smashed, and it was BLM and Antifa, and they were like putting up boards, spray painting, small business, please don't hurt us, and things like that. And Tom Cotton wrote, send in the troops. The New York Times went into revolt, and Donald Trump said, no. Just let the country be destroyed by far left extremists.
But every governor has their National Guard, citizen soldiers, 1 weekend a month. They're part of their National Guard that they control.
And they didn't do anything.
Well, how's that the federal government's problem?
I mean, if the federal government can't do anything about national, widespread, far left terrorism, then I will just revert back to the whole national divorce civil war conversation. Because at this point, it's kind of like the federal government can do one thing. It can steal money from your paycheck and then burn it in Ukraine. Meanwhile, our businesses are being set on fire, and we're having far-left extremists show up to our libraries. We're having adult sex performers perform for children, but I can rest assured that local government will do nothing, and the federal government will take money from my paycheck and my business and burn it in Ukraine.
I think it's about arm yourself locally. I don't want vigilante justice, but like if your governor won't do it and your president won't do it and people are getting killed outside your house, like what? What are people supposed to do in that situation? I've never seen that in my life. God forbid it would ever happen, but like just local militia, is that actually constitutionally legal if the governor won't step up?
Absolutely. I mean, you can't go and kill someone. Like, you can't like have a posse go just shoot someone. But like, there are places that have citizen arrest and stuff like that. And
yeah, look at Georgia. Look at the McMichaels.
Mm-hmm.
When a guy is a felony burglary suspect on camera committing felony burglary, and the police go door to door and say this is the guy committing the felony burglaries over the past several months in your neighborhood, and then this guy is reported running down the street. If you pursue him, and he tries to steal your shotgun and gets shot in the conflict, you will go to prison for the rest of your life. If you are in Wisconsin and a group of BLM extremists who have already set fire to a building twice, if they show up to your house and you brandish a shotgun, the cops will come and arrest you. If you're in Portland and far-left extremists create an autonomous zone where they kill people, mostly in Seattle where the people were killed, the police will do nothing. The federal government will do nothing. But rest assured, if you, as an American citizen, defend yourself from these people, they will show up to your doorsteps and mercilessly beat you. If you protest at the government, if you haphazardly bumble down the street in D.C., where the cops open the door to the Capitol building for you and say, come on in, I don't agree with it, but I respect it, you will find yourself in solitary confinement for 2 years without charges.
Where is the lie? Where is the lie? There is nothing lie. There is no lie. There's no lie. That's all true.
If working class people who are desperately trying to follow the rules are being told for the past several years, we'll take your money and leave you high and dry when the psychopaths burn your house down, and they're doing it in Georgia, these extremists who are protesting in the forest, burning houses down, flipping trucks over and shooting at cops. We are being told over and over and over again by local government, we will do nothing for you. We're scared of them. We're being told by the federal government, we will do nothing for you. But rest assured, I'll say it again, they'll take our money and burn it in Ukraine.
Speaking of burning money in Ukraine, Chris, I think you said that you wanted to reduce, or we could reduce the military budget by something like 40 or 50%. What do you think about the United States reaction to Russia invading Ukraine? And what would you have done?
A real interview.
Happened if it does? What would your reaction have been had the invasion happened under your watch?
I don't like bullies. End of story. I just, authoritarian, totalitarian doesn't work for me. And, you know, the big difference here in Ukraine than we had taking our money and literally throwing it into the fire in Iraq and Afghanistan was, and when we left, all that money, you know what we were spending a week in Iraq and Afghanistan? $2 billion a week. And the whole thing came undone as soon as we left. Ukraine, they're willing to fight, they're willing to die, they're willing to have their infrastructure destroyed. So I believe that supporting Ukrainian forces is in our best interest. However, I got one for you. Let's go ahead. If it's so important, take that out of the DoD budget as opposed to just adding to the federal deficit. So I'm wondering if there would be such eagerness to provide exquisite weapon systems to the Ukrainians if that money was being subtracted from the $858 billion that we spend on defense each year.
If I could get specific, so as I understand, we've sent more money to Ukraine right now than the entirety of the Afghanistan war. I know we just reached to the point in sending tanks where I know at the beginning of the conflict about a year ago that wasn't even in consideration. How far do you think we should go with weapons? Should we send more tanks potentially? Should we send aircraft?
All right. So here's my problem is the nature of warfare is changing, right? Tanks
That I don't know.
and planes aren't the answer. We're doing the wrong thing. We're trying to rebuild. We're trying to build them an image of our military that we have lost every war that we have fought since World War II. I think Korea is going to go in the. I think Korea is going to go in the win column someday. I'd actually put Korea in the win column now. My issue is like sending all these exquisite, wicked expensive tanks. What's a tank run for? Let's call it two. Let's use an aircraft. Aircraft goes for about $120 million a piece. Drones can go for what's a DJI? The Chinese DJI goes for 2,000. 2,000 piece. I'm not going to do public math, but you guys have your computers. 100 million divided by 2,000. So let's go ahead instead of giving like
50,000.
That's a lot. Can you imagine if you're sitting there, you're a Russian, and you're like, okay, I've got my radars up. I see one plane coming. I'm good. I can handle that because I got a bunch of missiles. Can you imagine all of a sudden when your radar screen just goes all white and 20,000 drones are coming in on you? We're fighting the wrong way. That's my concern. So we're sending all this money that it's the wrong capability.
They can create light shows with drones that take the shape of a human face and have it animate and look around, and then a hand comes out and like waves. All the drones just make the lights.
You love those? It's amazing.
Imagine if they did that, but like had them fly in a scatter formation carrying kilograms of, explosive material or something. And then wars, the things you can do with drones and explosives, they can actually open up a computer, choose every single target for 20,000 drones, and then every drone just targets windows, apartment buildings, cars. I agree. I think we're fighting an old school kind of way.
That's it.
Chris, isn't it a little bit contradictory though if you want to reduce spending by 40-50%, but you still want to send more arms to Ukraine?
So that's the thing I'm trying to argue in my book is we can reduce spending if we rethink how we do our military operations. Instead of a $14 billion aircraft carrier, that's $14 billion. Instead of $1.5 trillion for the F-35 fighter, that's all Cold War stuff. It's not going to last in a high-intensity war. It's going to last 72 hours. We need to rethink how we do this. We need to go cyber. We need to go machine learning, artificial intelligence.
Whoa! So you want better spending, but
straight into AI with
autonomy.
Oh, okay.
Because what Tim said was you can. This isn't like some Skynet thing or anything. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being able to go a human in the loop, but going, okay, we have 500 targets, and then you can program your stuff to go get them without having to have a person in
heat
the
seeking.
loop. Yeah.
So you can say like, these are the parameters of what we target.
And so my big thing is return. We've got 1 million people in uniform, active duty, show up every day, right? We have 1 million in the National Guard and Army Reserve. That's 1 week in a month, 2 weeks during the year. And then we have about 700,000 civilians. 700,000 civilians work for the Department of Defense. My point is we can cut a huge amount of the active duty force. I want to go back to the citizen soldier. That's what I want. I want to go back to the citizen soldier who lives in his community. And you guys were talking about social unrest and everything. I want that community to have their soldiers next to them, living there, and we don't have that as much anymore.
Did we really? I didn't even notice that. Oh my god. I'm not finding any monoliths. I don't know. They must be on the other side of the fucking map. Sorry, it's my bad.
Have a nice summer vacation or winter vacation style thing. You live here? Yeah. No, I know you were saying you live there. I was just saying I know folks who will go down there to visit.
You what?
Let's see how many people are watching. just a few people right now. Few people. See if I can pull something up here.
And there has to be something better you can
This is
eat.
just a bigger
that's
Excel
just
window
healthier.
in terms of all of
No?
the messages that we're looking at. I did want to talk about one message that went out in particular.
Oh my
yesterday. This is
god.
the one that I found most.
I even finished one of my bounties.
It went out at 22:23.
So bad.
that's about 4 hours ago from right now, kind of in that range.
You run a
It was
couple by
54
yourself.
character message.
Get to 10 and then we'll
And a
see
couple
what
things
happens.
stuck out to me. First of all, it started with Philip.
Never have to worry about it again.
3 and Q. We've never heard that before.
I
So
mean,
most-
it makes
most of the
sense. It
day
doesn't
we
makes a
had,
lot of sense.
Foxtrot Hotel and 4 Delta. And that matches up, with
That
the
is a
last
little annoying.
several
I feel
days.
yeah, it probably should just
I think back on the 16th, we
it should just
rotated out
like
from
let that
2-4
person come back with
a
like
little bit
everything they
earlier from
have, you know.
Kilo. But since then, it's primarily been Foxtrot Hotel and 4 Delta. A couple exceptions. I seem to have accidentally deleted a message. I'll have to find that. So yeah, 3Q is new. 3 Quebec, if you
Yeah, I
like.
feel we're just bad.
And if we just expand this temporarily, just to see the full thing. So what you see there during
No.
this extended part of the message, 54 characters in total, you see Tango, 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 Tango repeating. And what I want to talk to you about there, give me a moment to pull something up here for you. Kate Paul, you're in Connecticut. I am in Ontario, Canada.
Possibly help me grab the food.
That was where I am personally right now. Let me see here. So what I want to do is just pull up eam.watch. Talk about that website a lot. You can see I've been entering some of the recordings from today into there already. You can check that out if you're so interested. But just to go back to the Excel spreadsheet, the Tango, 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 Tango I was talking about, if we put that into the search, you see it has shown up in the past. And I've talked about this in other streams. But usually it's in much longer messages. So this one's 142 characters, this one's 142 characters, this one is 268. And what you will find, so for example here with this one, let's just zoom in a little bit so that's easy for folks to read. These repeating characters, so here you have 4 H's, 4 Z's, 4 T's. If you were to count the characters in between these repeating sets, each time you will find 18 character strings. And like I said, the repeating characters are usually in much longer messages. Now, I don't know for sure, but for me personally, I believe this is the first time I've heard 4 repeating characters in a relatively shorter message. 54 characters is definitely shorter than 142 characters, definitely shorter than 164, 290, so on and so on. And if we count, the number of characters in between here, well, to the right we have 9 characters, and to the left here we have 30. I've lost count. 33, 36, 39, 40, 41. This is a bit unusual. That's not what we usually see. Because there's only 9 here. I will say if we count this, you're going to have 41 characters before and then 18 characters after. So this is half of 9. Half of 9, half of 18. So it kind of matches the format very loosely. Oops, I haven't been keeping the window open. Let's do that again. I'm so sorry. Technical difficulties here. I didn't know that the window wasn't showing up. So what I was saying, if we look at the characters there, you know, when I go into eam.watch, let's do that again, all from the top. When I go to eam.watch and I type in, you know, a set of repeating characters, in this case, tango, 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 I do get the one that I entered today, which broadcast, you know, about half an hour ago. No, sorry, 4 hours ago. And this one is 54 characters, and then other times it's showing up, this is a 142 character message, this one's 268, 164 characters. And what I was saying, you know, let's pick this one as an example. If you are to look at the repeating characters that show up, so here we have 2222, here we have TTTT. If you count the number of characters between those two sets, 18 characters. And from here, if I count another 18 characters, then I hit 6666. If I count 18 more characters, and so on and so on. And that's generally what's going on here. And in each case, we have 41 characters at the very beginning before we hit the first repeating set. So going back to today's message right here, 41 characters, a repeating set of 4, and then 9. So I found that interesting because that's the first time I've personally seen that. So that's why I found that message interesting. You know, the numbers alone, I've talked about this a lot. This here, you know, all those messages there. Some of these are boring. I mean, this one, for example, it got repeated over and over and over. I rub down. If you do have a chance to listen to the recording, I would say check one of those out. You're gonna find the signal is very weak, hard to hear. Interesting call sign, by the way, rub down. Make of it what you will. But it was just probably an airplane, probably broadcasting a much weaker signal than a ground station can send out. And all it's doing is every half hour repeating that. Nonetheless, it adds to the total. So then the number of messages that go out any given day don't matter. And anyone who's been watching or listening to me long enough has heard me say that many, many times. So that's the one I found most interesting. And if you'll just bear with me in the background here, because you can see I accidentally deleted the message. I've got to go and find it from the video I put together. So,
The tank is like 20, dude.
Alright. So let's see what you guys are saying. Lulu saw 20 men on the roof putting a new roof done in an hour. Very nice. Your wife is from Sudbury, Jeff. I've been there. It's a nice city. It's cold. Even in the middle of summer, I found it pretty brisk. I'm down like in I guess the London area, I feel like. Lulu is in Boonville, New York. K-Paul, KLW is a tough guy. Don't let him get to you. All we have is our word. Thank you for that. Listen, I had a chance to talk to someone in NY Prepper's live stream last night who usually watches I think KLW News and watches those guys. And I genuinely think because while I was talking to this person, and no disrespect to them, you know, I was saying, because they were saying, oh, I just heard a message on KLW, I heard an emergency action message. And I was trying to talk to this person about, you know, how the message, like the format of it, you know, the prefixes, the stuff I find interesting. And all he really wanted to talk about was how many messages went out that day. Well, that doesn't tell you anything, right? And I was getting a little bit frustrated, and that's kind of when I realized a lot of those guys who are watching that channel, I know they talk about the emergency action messages. I know Lee will go on his channel and, you know, talk about this, that, or the other, about the number of emergency action messages that went out. But I don't think they actually, well, let me show you exactly what I mean. Let me pull this up momentarily. You know, if we go onto this gentleman's channel, if we check, you know, any one of his live chats, let's pick the most recent one. If we scroll down, and this is in the description of most of his videos, so let's zoom in on that. Notice, nothing in this broadcast is live. All content is like live. I'm not sure what that means, but this is the important part. This is a role-playing game. This is for entertainment purposes only. And I think, you know, I've talked about this before, in terms of media literacy, you want to check the fine print and see what someone is saying. So, you read that, and you can kind of decide, what is that? I think for those folks, it's a pastime. I think when you know, when they come in here and start saying, oh, internet friend is causing drama, or internet friend is this or that, or whatever you like. Live Your Life is saying he has to put that in. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, if he had to do that, you would see that on a lot of other YouTube channels, and you don't. If he had to put that, that would be a requirement. There's nowhere in YouTube's rules that says that. I will correct you there. That is not true at all. If that's what he's telling people, again, that is the role play he's talking about. You know, that's a little bit of the drama. But you were asking the ones that start with a number, what does that mean? I assume that's with respect to the messages. So, it's not necessarily whether it starts with a number or whether it starts with a letter, because they will rotate through these. So, like right now, you know, if we're to look at these, and I'll just color in a couple examples for you here. Let's say anything starting with Foxtrot Hotel is red. And anything starting with 4 Delta is green. And I'm not going to go back and do it all the way, but just a couple examples. So, what we know about shortwave radio, is that, well, what we know specifically about the U.S. military frequencies for shortwave radio is that they do broadcast emergency action messages, and they also broadcast what are called force-directed messages. And if we pull up an older website, let's see. Let me pull this up right now. This is a website I've shown before, but it's always good to revisit this. This is the site Numbers Station, and this is their description of the high-frequency global communication system and emergency action messages. So they talk about, you know, what you and I are used to. They talk about emergency action messages, and they talk about Sky King messages, which haven't gone out for a couple years now. Actually, 3 years at this point. But force direction messages, so force direction messages are another type of message sent out through the high-frequency global communication system. And then it says here, however, there is no way to tell if an FDM is being sent out or if it's just another FDM. And what I've proposed to folks is, well, it seems like this is how to tell the difference, because we see different types of message traffic. I'm not going to do it, you know, all the way back, but because it'll take me a while, and you're just going to watch me kind of quietly coloring in cells into Microsoft Excel. But that's how you tell the difference, in my opinion. Now, having said that, we still don't know which one is which. I don't know which one is an FDM and which one is an EAM, but I do know we can kind of tell the difference. Now, what is an FDM? What is an EAM? Well, we kind of have a better idea of an EAM in terms of its intention. People have talked about this. It is most likely intended for nuclear-capable assets, so on and so on. FDMs may not necessarily be a lower priority, and it could also be for different call signs, assets, resources, whatever it is. So that is what the possible difference would be. Let's see what you guys are saying. Oh, we're still talking about Lee. I mean, listen. I'm going to be very blunt. I'm going to put my money on the table. I think the way that Lee has treated me in the past crosses a line. I think he is... you know... I'm not concerned... he deserves some level of respect because he knows stuff. I was watching an NY Prepper stream where Lee was on there, and definitely, he's able to pick out information and stuff and share it with you, so he provides some level of value, but just because you know stuff doesn't mean you get to not give people a certain level of respect. So, if there were an apology issued or something, whatever, but I don't expect that. But I will say I'm not interested in continuing it. Like I said, I think what his audience is looking for and what he is interested in is very different from why I got into these messages. And I know there's overlap in audience. And I know, it's getting, I find a little bit awkward in terms of that audience overlap and stuff, and I don't like drama too much either. I'm getting exhausted. I think one of the reasons I'm looking forward to kind of taking a break from monitoring messages is just some of the drama we've had been going on is really just getting a little bit exhausting. But I'm not too worried. I consider it in the past. I'm not interested in dredging this topic up over and over. Like I said, I had a chance to talk to someone who's a big fan of that gentleman last night, and I realized, it's just completely different outlooks and perspectives, and there's nothing. There's no traction there. There's limited commonalities. He can be a bit much sometimes, that is his personality. Now, Sephiron, you're saying, so, did you actually plug these messages into ChatGPT or anything? Because there were some basic websites where I've copied and pasted some of these messages in the past, just to see, for the heck of it, on the off chance nobody'd ever tried it, what the recommended cipher solutions would be. I think frequency analysis is kind of the go-to. That's where you start when you're trying to decrypt anything. You start with frequency analysis. So that ChatGPT is basically just recommending step 1 to you if that's what you did, but if I recommended anything else to you, I would be interested. Every now and again, I'll get an email or a message from someone who says they think they've got a lead on being able to crack these messages. And that's a complicated topic because some people think it's outright illegal and you shouldn't be doing that. I'm of the opinion that if you think you're able to decrypt these messages, keep going at it, because you can probably get yourself a very nice job in Langley. Like with one of the intelligence agencies, because they probably had a hand in creating some of these messages. I'm not always convinced that they are, ciphers or encrypted messages anyways, though. I think it's not like you take these messages and then you just apply some kind of a thing and it's going to be plain words that you understand. I think pilots are sent out, or subs, or whatever it is, are sent out with code books, and they're not necessarily looking to decrypt these messages so much as, you know, they might be told, let's use this one, for example. They may have a book that has the, you know, the first 6 characters here, so FHIAIW. And, you know, then they're sitting there at the submarine, they're listening to that, they check the book, and the book says, you know, if those are the first 6 characters, and then the next 6 characters are Romeo Echo Uniform Yankee Delta, you know, fire the missiles. Just an example here. So if they hear that, and then they hear the characters match, then they fire the missiles. The other thing that might happen is, you know, they might hear Foxtrot Hotel India Alpha India Whiskey, but then they hear, let's say, not this, they hear something else. Then there's no match, and then they don't fire the missiles. That's from listening to these for so long, I have no additional insight. But for the standard shorter message, that's the impression that I personally have. But, you know, if we go back to some of those longer messages we were talking about earlier, like if we go back to these, I remember I was talking about, you know, the 18 character strings in between these. These could be, you know, a cipher. So this could be an encrypted message. And maybe the first 41 characters tell you how to decode the rest of it. Or something like that. But I don't think... My personal suspicion is that there's no major concern about these messages being cracked or decoded, because they're not necessarily coded. If you guys go into YouTube right now or later, it's a video I've talked about before. I mean, heck, let's pull it up. It's called Turning the Titan Missile Key. So just for context, for anyone who hasn't watched this video before, this is one of the Minuteman missile bases, and I believe it's no longer active, so that's why they run, you know, these tours, if you like. Yeah, they're basically tours. I think that's a fair description. And they just talk about how these bases worked and so on. So there's just one particular thing I want to skip ahead to here. And he talks about how the code system worked for the Minuteman missiles. And it's going to sound pretty similar to...
Why? What does that do?
The actual EMs and FDMs. So he's saying after you listen to the message, and with this case there's 35 characters, what you do after you finish listening to that message. So he goes on, if you want to watch that, you know, there's the title of that video. But like he said, so he was talking about a 35 character message. There's no decoding that you're doing there. You're basically looking at the first 2 characters, and I think he said the last 5 characters. So this is a different format, but for example, you know, the first 2 characters here are Foxtrot Hotel. So with the example he gave, I go to my, you know, desk or drawer or cabinet or whatever it is and find an envelope that's labeled Foxtrot Hotel. And then he said, I'm looking at the last 5 characters. In this case, it's KDVM2. So I look at, I go to the envelope, I open it, and I see if the thing inside says KDVM2. And if it does, that indicates to do something. If it doesn't, then I don't do anything. But at no point, I'm not decoding this. Like, I'm not taking Foxtrot Hotel and using it to decode the rest of this message. I'm just looking at the first 2 and the last 5. It's not an encryption, at least not in that case. We know for sure that the Minuteman missiles weren't really encrypted cipher messages. And I think it's the same here. And I've been saying that for a while now. But again, every now and again, I will get emails, I will get messages from people who think they've got a lead on being able to crack these messages and decode them. And I'm always interested. I follow up and say, you know, if you need any data, let me know. I'd be quite interested in that. And they usually go quiet. A few reasons for that. Maybe, you know, they get bored and move on. Maybe they realize it can't be cracked, or maybe, you know, in some cases somebody has figured out how to crack them and they realize they better be quiet. And, you know, they call up the government and say, hey, like I was saying earlier, they say, hey, I would like a job with the CIA or the FBI because I just cracked your military messages. Something like that. So I don't know what you guys think of that. That's how I look at it personally. I might be wrong. I have no problems admitting when I might be wrong or no idea what the heck I'm talking about. Let's see. Talking about here, just catching up. It's suggesting that it's using a block cipher. I might look into that later. I'm just quickly looking in the background here. Yeah, I mean, it could be if it's a cipher, it could be. That looks like a possible way of doing it. What else? The messages get broadcast on public frequencies, right? Yeah, absolutely, you're right. That silencer, these are publicly broadcast. And it's funny, there was one video, and I didn't make a big deal of it because I don't want too many people to reply to this person and kind of gang up on him. But I've had, you know, negative replies to some of my videos. And the guy said, I don't think you should be doing this. It could aid the enemy. Well, he didn't say that, but I think he was implying. He was worried, you know, that the daily EAM videos, you know, that maybe someone in China or Russia or something finds my YouTube channel and, you know, pulls this up, has all these messages, and then, you know, defeats the United States or nuclear war launches or something. I mean, and I appreciate the concern, right? This is someone who is maybe very proud of their country, is worried about those kind of concerns. I have no problem with that. But I think it's a bit silly to suppose that, you know, China, Russia, whoever it is, does not already have someone who is taking care of this, if you will. The stuff I've been doing for free, I am sure there is someone, you know, in various countries that is paid to listen to these messages and transcribe them. But it's an interesting thought. Now, I'm just checking here. Hey Lisa, thanks for showing up. Nice to see you there. Got a few people showing up, more than I expected. Now let me see. I've done something goofy here. In terms of the interface I'm using for this stream, kind of messed up right now. Okay, I fixed it. You guys should be able to see the shortwave SDR Utah in the corner there. Oh, and let me make sure that I have a something so that you guys can see. I always want to make sure that anyone who wants to do this themselves can follow along. So let me put a source up. Is that gonna load? Cool. Maybe not that big. That should be showing up on your screen now. Let me know if you guys can see that the sdrutah.org link is there, just in case there's anyone who wants to be able to follow along with this on their own. Maybe you don't like listening to somebody just guessing all their random stuff. What else are we talking about here? At that silencer, you gotta be sure they definitely got massive databases of these messages already. Yeah, absolutely. And they may have additional insights and stuff that they have from years of monitoring data. You know, I think from just the year, not even, because I did take a long break there, of collecting data. I learned a lot, right? There's a lot of stuff that I didn't know before that I now know, and it's quite interesting. So, absolutely, and even countries you wouldn't think of. Maybe France keeps an eye on emergency action messages. I mean, they're an ally country and so on, but, you know, you gotta keep tabs on each other. I was talking to someone about Poland, for example. Poland has always been afraid of Russia existentially. That's why they are a member of NATO. But they've also historically been afraid isn't the right language, but they haven't had the best relationship with Germany, for example. So even though they're both members of the EU, even though they're both members of NATO, I'm sure Poland keeps an eye on Germany, and I'm sure Germany has its own set of, you know, intelligence services and stuff. You know, they send out shortwave messages and stuff like that. I'm sure Poland keeps an eye on that. And I'm sure Poland keeps an eye on US messages. Everyone's is keeping eyes on everybody. It's a system of accountability. I can't remember if that is a American concept or a Soviet concept. I'm thinking like in Cold War terms. That is a phrase. You know the old Reagan phrase, trust but verify? That comes from Russian. That's a Russian phrase, and then Reagan borrowed it. My Russian isn't great, but I can tell you in like other Slavic languages, the actual phrase is like around. It's like, what do we got going? So that's a pretty weak signal there. I wasn't able to keep an eye on that, but if it comes in clear, we'll understand what's going on. Jesse Irvin, thanks for showing up. You're saying, what's up, internet friend? Yeah, I mean, in terms of what's going up, we had a busy day yesterday. For anyone who maybe hasn't had a chance to watch my video yesterday. Well, there, I just put up, basically, of yesterday's videos. Video of yesterday's videos. A video of yesterday's messages, right? That's right there. It's about an hour long, so it's quite long. Some people, I'm sure, like listening. Most, I think, just want a rough idea of what was maybe the most interesting message or the total number of messages, so on and so forth. So we're recapping that as well. It was a busy day yesterday. And I was just telling the folks who've already tuned in. Okay, I can tell you what he's saying. That's coming in quite rough, but I know from listening earlier. So he's saying, rhythmic, this is Nightcap on 11175, how copy. Now, I am tuned to 8992, but you'll occasionally hear them broadcast on multiple frequencies. Oh, let's throw that back there. Nope, not that one. Just on the side there. He is calling just to exit the net, which is metaphorically speaking. So Nightcap was an airplane. Well, this isn't too much of a metaphor. This is more or less how it works. Nightcap is an airborne command post That's the, I believe, proper terminology. And it's been flying up, and I wasn't able to hear any of its messages, but it was repeating messages that were broadcast by Rhythmic. So now a Nightcap is calling Rhythmic and saying it would like to check out of the net, which means basically he would like to log off. He would like to stop repeating messages and return to base and be done for the night. So that's a pretty weak signal. We may not be able to hear the rest of it, but if you look up a video that I've posted in the past, let's see if I can find that in the background for you guys. If you haven't seen this one already, it's been a fairly popular video. Let's pull that up. This one here in the middle, U.S. military station-to-station shortwave radio communication. It's quite a long title for a video, but it rhymes, which is why I went with it. There are a couple examples there of some of these check-ins and check-outs. So those are very routine. If you have yet to hear one yourself, they're nothing extraordinary. We may hear some more of it here, maybe not. We'll see how it goes. But since I've started streaming, and I did acknowledge this may happen, because it's definitely happened in the past. So now it sounds like he's trying to call West Coast. This is still Nightcap. He's trying to check out. He didn't hear from Rhythmic, so now he's going to try West Coast, which I believe is the call sign of the Beale Air Force Base in California. Boy, I hope I've got that right, because if I am wrong, people will definitely give me a talking to. So I'm just looking in the background here. Yeah, So transitioning, when he calls West Coast, and for anyone like me who's not, well, I mean, I'm not super familiar with American geography, but I know California is on the West Coast. I know it's the big state on the right. So that's why it has the name West Coast. It may be the most western U.S. military base that is involved in shortwave communications. He's trying to reach him. This can take a while. It takes up to half an hour sometimes to get through. I don't always log these. I usually don't include them in my daily compilations because they're very routine. But they're also very hectic. They're not messages. They're more of a procedure or a process. So let's just switch back just in case we maybe do happen to get a better signal or however it is. We'll see how it goes, right? Just to recap, I guess. Yesterday, let's see when that started. Call sign walkover, as well as the call sign rub down, Java drive. In a single day, we had 32 messages. Let me do that again. 32 messages. Most of them are not very interesting. You know, 4 of them right here. This is call sign rub down, so that is another airborne command post. And you can see it's repeating this message. You know, these messages are all the same. Those there, if I can maybe zoom in on that temporarily. You know, that's what a relay station usually does. I don't think that's quite zoomed in the way I was hoping it would. Sorry about that. Just repeating a message for anyone who maybe can't hear it. I've heard people say that they will, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Sometimes a plane will fly over where a submarine may be. And that to me makes sense. You know, a plane very close to a submarine with a very focused antenna, low hanging, will be able to send a message that will penetrate through the water and reach the submarine, and then that way the relay works. Whereas, you know, a ground station can, you know, can broadcast, I don't know, a super strong, you know, a 1,000,000 megawatt, whatever the heck, message, and it just won't penetrate the water because you need to be closer, you need to have a focused antenna. That's what those guys are usually doing. So that explains, you know, 4 of the messages. That explains those away. And if we scroll back actually, to February 1st of this year, you know, we had 45 messages in a single day. And that was a certain female operator. And after the fact, I kind of proposed. I think the reason there were so many messages in a single day... Let me transition over here for you. If you look at all these notes I keep on the side, you know, this one was disregarded, this one was disregarded, this was disregarded, this was disregarded. The female operator, she's newer. I think I've heard her in January, but I'm not super sure. But she makes a lot of mistakes. Now, to be fair, maybe it's not her making mistakes. Maybe there are technical difficulties or something. Maybe the equipment is giving her a hard time. Maybe, you know, she's having a hard time reading the messages or something. I don't know how it works. But I will say I've heard her a few more times since, you know, throughout this month. And definitely there are more problems when she's broadcasting than someone else. So February 1st, you know, the day where she was the operator reading these off for most of the day, I don't think it's a coincidence we had so many messages, because she kept, you know, making mistakes and then broadcasting again. But the way I count messages, I don't, you know, she's made 2 messages. Even if one isn't necessarily a coherent one, I still add it to the tally. Now, in terms of today, you know, if you go through the recording video that I put up, like I said, I think it's this group of messages here. I know it's this one for sure because it got disregarded, and I remember it was her. So she made a mistake there, and I know she makes incidental corrections here and there. But it wasn't too bad, but still. My impression, or my suspicion, is because she made so many mistakes on February 1st, and she still makes mistakes every now and again, what if some of these are just dummy messages? Like, or practice messages, just for her to get more comfortable with broadcasting. And you go, again, there may be something in here, just with the nature of these messages, especially because they're being repeated so often, where anyone who's listening for an important message can maybe tell it's not an important one. And she probably doesn't know. I've occasionally had people who say they're ex-operators for the U.S. Military Air Force. That they used to be an operator.
You want me to come back?
And they don't know what they were reading. They were just, you know, given these strings and told, here, read this. And that could very much be the case. So if she doesn't know she's being given practice messages, I don't know if it would matter too much, right? But it's just to get her more comfortable with reading these off, and that's what it could be. That's a guess. But for me, you know, the number of messages in a single day isn't necessarily a big deal. It's the nature of them. And I won't go over this because for people who've been watching a while, you've had to listen to me ramble on and on. You can rewind fairly, you know, close to the start. This was a message I found interesting. 54 characters, but it starts with 3 Quebec. No other messages today, or, you know, ever, as far as I know, certainly not for the last several months, has ever started with 3 Quebec, so that's interesting. And there were these 4 repeating characters here. That's unusual and starts to become unlikely, so I speculated a little bit on what that might mean. And the format that it fits of some other messages that have been out there. It's been fairly quiet since, hasn't it? I mean, we started this stream about 45 minutes ago. About an hour ago, I think. And things have slowed down. That's good news for me. It makes things a little bit easier, but Because I was hoping for a quieter weekend, actually. In terms of message monitoring. No news is good news, right? So I was privately hoping for not too many messages, but certainly at the start of today. So currently it's almost 2:44 on the 25th when you go by military time. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. That's what I'm talking about. It kept being fairly busy. I was like, uh-oh, we might be onto something here. But it has slowed down. And I'm happy about that. Because no news is good news. But I was thinking if there's not too many messages, if there's not too much to comment on, what I will do is kind of go quiet. Unless you guys have questions. We have had a few questions in the chat box already. Let me see what we have been talking about here. Just to catch up, because I've been on transmit, but I haven't been on receive. Alright. Thank you for your time and work. Well, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for showing up. I did do a live stream yesterday. Pretty sure it was yesterday. Or the day before. I'm losing track of time. And I was briefly talking in passing about how I will be ending these videos at the end of this month. So on February 28th, that'll be my last regular video. And someone was like, oh, did I hear you wrong? And I was like, no, I've been talking about that for a while. So for anyone watching who isn't aware, I mean, I guess I'll put this out again. In terms of regular daily videos, it will end, I will be wrapping up on February 28th. I will still do videos every now and again on shortwave radio on US military frequencies. You may also see this channel being used for other kinds of videos. So YouTube demonetized this channel. They won't explain to me why they demonetized it. They just said a video is unacceptable. I said, which videos? And they said, well, some of the videos are auto-generated. And then I walked them. I was able to submit an appeal video explaining how I make these, how I record them, and so on. And they just said it's not eligible for monetization. So this is pretty time-consuming. I didn't originally get into this with an eye for making money, but when I realized how much money some other people make, I was like, oh, aren't I a bit silly doing this for free? So that could have kept it going, if you like. But in terms of what I have accomplished, this is several months of content now. I'm not pride is a very dangerous word, but I think what I have put together is satisfactory. It's accomplished what I wanted to do, so that's the main reason. And also, this can be a little bit more time consuming than you might think. I have to keep an eye on a lot of stuff, so we've already talked about it. I won't go over it again. But, you know, there are people out there saying, oh, these videos are fake, oh, this and that. You know, I have to respond somehow because I don't want all the months of work I've been doing here to go to waste. I would like people to use these as a resource in the future as kind of historical videos. There's a lot of crap on YouTube. I think what I've put together here is useful and constructive. Someone can go back and, you know, verify how many messages were broadcast on a day, what the messages sounded like, and maybe in the future, heck, maybe these do get decrypted and the public is able to go back and find out what they were doing that day, and that can be educational or useful. But in terms of this, but there are several months of this now, so I've accomplished the bulk of what I want to do. I'm wrapping this project up happily. But I do want to say I'm not stepping out completely. I would be very happy if the perception in terms of wrapping this video series up was that this was basically an extended commercial for EAM.watch. So I say this every time, but disclaimer, this isn't my website. I don't own it. But, you know, I set up a free account. I enter transcriptions. I upload recordings to it. This is a website with over 10 years of data on EAMs and other things that have been broadcast over the US military frequencies. And there's a Discord community, and I'll be taking a break from this as well, but I'll still pop my head in the community. If you use Discord, it would be nice to see you guys in there as well. You know, I'm in there. I've been in there fairly often, just talking with folks, hashing out ideas about what messages may mean. Every now and again, we do have some folks who I don't want to give things away or end up, you know, with a bunch of U.S. military guys watching the server, but some folks know some stuff. That's how I'll put it, and they're occasionally able to share some insights. Maybe the best way of putting it. And we have some interesting conversations. So, you know, the chat box here, that's why I run these live streams, is it is always nice to have these conversations. It's not entirely just to hear myself talking for the better part of 2 hours. That is a venue there for you if you want to join that community. Because really, in terms of the videos I do, they don't need to be videos necessarily. That's another